So here we're starting with two of my absolute favorite products. We've got Sunlight's Balayage Lightener and, of course, Olaplex. I'm a really huge fan of Sunlight's when I do my balayage because it's got this great clay base that, as you see, I'll show you as I'm going through how that really plays into helping me create just a phenomenal, seamless, lightened effect. So I've got her sectioned off, front to back, quite simple. I went off of her part because I think that's really important to make sure that you keep this natural how she's going to wear it all the time. So the part that she had when she came in is the part that I used when I sectioned off the front. I laid down some of the saran wrap underneath because I like to work as cleanly as possible. And the saran wrap that you see, I'm not very good with normal saran wrap, so I really love this perforated saran wrap that the Sunlights company makes, and we also sell at freesalon.education.com if you want to give it a try. All right, so with these first few sections that are all the way underneath at the nape of the neck, again, because I'm trying to create a very natural beach lightened look, that beachy blonde, I'm not bringing those highlights all the way to her hairline. It's really just going to be the stuff that is through the ends, that saw the sun a lot over many years of her just hanging out on a beach somewhere in Southern California on a surfboard. So as I move up the back of her head and begin to hit the top of the round of the head, you'll notice that my highlights will start getting closer to her actual scalp. With these, you'll notice also that I'm leaving the center out throughout most of the back of her head. And the reason that's important is because I'm almost creating not necessarily a low light, but a nice shadowed effect with her lightener by leaving that middle section out. That's going to give some depth and dimension to the highlights as her hair moves around. You'll see in the after what that's going to look like. So with my sections, to describe how I'm holding them, how I'm painting them, I'm making sure that I pay really close attention to my saturation. Something that I learned from Candy Shaw, the creator of Sunlight's Balayage, is the thicker the lightener, the lighter it's going to get. So you'll notice that throughout that midsection, all the way through the ends, I've got it really, really thick. You can't see the hair anymore. It almost looks like frosting on a cupcake. But as it gets closer up to where the highlight's going to start, I let it start to taper off and become much less saturated. And why that's really cool to use with Sunlights is because Sunlights has a clay base to it, so it grips onto the hair really great and will lighten whatever it's touching, but the more saturated the lightener is, the lighter that section is going to get. So what I mean is those sections closer to the scalp, where I start to thin it out a little bit and it's not quite so thick, that's going to help to taper off how light it's going to get as well. So it's really going to help me create a nice, like I said, seamless, beach lightened effect. You'll also notice that I'm taking very thick sections. This will work in two scenarios. Really thick sections like this are going to work if you're doing balayage on curly hair, which it just so happens I am if you saw on my Instagram, which is hairstyle. Um, you'll see that she actually does have naturally curly hair, and I did diffuse it at one point. We didn't get on the video, but I diffused it just to see. So people ask, if you're doing balayage on curly hair, what do you do differently? And what I do differently is I just make sure that I use much thicker sections, because as we've all seen, when you do foils on curly hair, if your foils aren't thick enough, then you just start to lose them in the curl. They just sort of disappear. So with balayage, if you paint much thicker sections, then you're less likely to actually lose it once the hair curls. It's also going to work when you're doing this effect, the beach lightened effect, because you'll notice anybody who's actually gotten the natural highlights from spending a lot of time on the beach, it really is very, very thick, very noticeable blonde. So here, I'm hugging that whole huge section that goes all the way across the back of her head and doing really thick sections along the outside, letting it sort of bleed in. Rather than a hard stripe, you notice those little lines that sort of feather up from that really thick frame that I did. And that's just what's going to help bleed into that nice, beautiful blonde throughout the ends of her hair. So I'm holding my section straight out from the head, as nice and taut as I can get it, because I want that hair to be sitting just as straight as I can. If the hair is curly, then just get it as tight as you can so that there's not a lot of wiggle, so that you're in control of where that painting goes. Because, wherever you put this lightener, it's going to lighten, so you really want to try to be in as control as possible. So I'm holding that section nice and tight, and I'm just framing the outside of the section, leaving the center to really come down and show off her natural a little bit. And what you'll notice on these sections, I'm not really painting the underside. I'm just doing that nice, thick, like cupcake frosting along the top and letting the underside stay what it is. And what that's going to do after this is all said and done, it's going to act as almost a little shadow of a low light of her natural in through the lengths of her hair, which is going to keep it still looking super natural. Obviously, if you were going for a full-out ombre, you would want to make sure that the undersides of all of your sections were saturated. But like I said, this is really more, hopefully, just that nice beachy look. So as I'm really getting up to the top of her head, those highlights are getting much closer to the root. Again, still tapering it off. I'm not looking to have just a really hard line of start where the highlight starts. I want it to taper back to her scalp. So getting closer as you near the top of the head, but still tapering it off. And you'll notice as I start to get to the end of the section, I use the paddle, also can be found at freesalon.education.com, to hold the end of the hair so that I can paint all the way through the tips. I do know that that does saturate the backside of the end of the hair a little bit, which is totally fine. I've just noticed that with balayage lighteners, it's their job to sit on the surface and lighten where you put it. They're not really meant to be expected to saturate through a section, so leaving it just on top pretty much guarantees that that's just where it's going to stay. So I don't have to worry about it, bleeding through into the bottom of the section. I know a lot of people, if you're uncomfortable with balayage or you're new to it, this looks a little scary doing these huge stripes of blonde. But when you work with a superior product like this, you'll see exactly, how it comes out so seamless and so effortless and just looks beautiful. And if some of you recognize Katie, I used her as my ombre model a few years ago. So there is a little bit of pre-lightened fabric through the ends of her hair. And this is where I'm so thankful for Olaplex because I ended up, she didn't even get a haircut after we did this lightening service. And you can see I paint through the ends on everything. But that bond rebuilder just helped to make sure that I didn't cause any unnecessary damage. And I was able to just take the blonde a little bit further. This top section at the high point of the head, I actually did the opposite of what I did on everything else. And rather than framing the outside, I brought that highlight right through the middle and then had it sort of fan out and fatten out on its own to get this whole section. Because that being the high point of her head, that's definitely going to see lots of sunlight um, in a real beach lightened scenario. Whether her hair is pulled back or her hair is down, that spot's pretty much always going to get sun, so that spot's always going to be light. Plus, you can see that section underneath where I've got that framed piece of her natural. Bringing that highlight straight through the center is really going to help showcase, because when you've got that dark up against that light, it's what makes the light look lighter and brighter, which is always helpful. As we move into the front, rather than just coming straight out from her head, we were trying to keep this as natural looking as possible. So in a scenario where, say, she's on a beach or just really out in the sun a lot, she would be brushing her hair away from her face, whether it's back in a ponytail or just using her hands to bring it off of her face, which means most of her hair will be going back for a lot of the time that she spends out in the sun. So that means I'm going to bring the hair back when I'm lightening it myself. So I'm holding still nice and taut, straight out from the head, but I'm over directing everything back. So that as I paint it, when her hair is up, you'll see those highlights running back away from her face, and when she wears it down, they'll just be running along the layers through the lengths of her hair. Because this hair is typically a little bit finer on most people around the whole hairline of the face there, that hair is going to naturally get a little bit lighter when they spend time outdoors. So that would make sense that I would want to spend a little bit more time getting a little more blonde when I'm creating it myself. So as you see here, I'm bringing those sections a little bit closer to the scalp than I did in the back of the head and painting it just a little bit more, painting it with a little bit more coverage because I do want her blonder around her face. This angle you can't quite tell, but I do remember. I brought the section, like the side of the section that you can see, which is closer to her face, I brought much closer to the actual hairline. And in the back, I didn't quite bring it up as high because in a scenario where the sun's hitting her face, it's going to lighten what's around her face, and it's not going to lighten what's behind that quite as much. So the section in the back isn't always brought as close to the scalp as the section by the face. Again, even when you're taking nice thick sections, you want to make sure that you paint down as you move up. That's what's going to help you taper off that section. So I'm stroking down with the brush, and you'll see when I'm around the scalp area, but I paint down as I move upward, and that's what gives me that, it allows me to taper off what I'm lightening so that I can get in there and have the finer highlights around the face. Also with these sections, rather than just grabbing the end to let it saturate, I'm coming up just a little bit higher because like I said, I want a little bit stronger of a presence with this blonde. So I'm taking out all of those sections that are closest to the face because that's definitely getting much more coverage, much more effort in the lightening to make sure that it stays soups blonde. Some of the sections that I'm grabbing here, because again, it's not an exact map that has to always be the same thing every time. Sometimes I'm grabbing sections that, along the scalp, it looks like a big square or a triangle or a hexagon. And like this one is a nice wide rectangle. So I went through and actually painted all of the corners of the rectangle and then just brought that lightener down through the lengths of the hair so that I'll have that shadow in the center, but those highlights running through the lengths to those nice super blonde ends. I love hand painting highlights because it just gives so much freedom and allows for a customization that is just unparalleled with anything else because I'm picking up where there's layers cut into her hair. I'm looking at, you know, exactly where I think there should be a little bit more light, or maybe I can not highlight this section so hard, and really just personalize it for her and what's gonna work best. Again, absolutely loving using the Sunlight's balayage lightener. It's got such a phenomenal consistency. I love doing a 1-to-1 ratio because then when I add in my eighth of an ounce of Olaplex, it's just this beautiful, beautiful consistency that just glides over the hair so nicely and just gives a really, really fantastic consistency that I know I'm going to get the lightness that I'm looking for. I used 40 volume on this one because, you know, when you use Olaplex, you need to consider it as going one level down as far as the developer you use. So it's almost like using a 30 by adding the Olaplex in. But I knew that that would be enough to get her the lightness that I was looking for. So as you can see here, when I lay down my sections, you can already see where there's going to be that lightness with the shadow directly behind it, which is going to give it that even brighter effect, that really fantastic beach blonde look. I mean, it's the only way that I can think to keep describing this because, you know, everyone loves that hair. It's the Abercrombie look, the Hollister look, you know, and it's just such a beautiful example of a way to have a very natural looking blonde while still having a really nice brightness in there and still pulling off natural. So the sections of hair right along her part, I always make sure that I do a very heavy highlight because those sections are what see the sun the most. They're what, you know, get the most time out, you know, in the sun, so they're going to get the lightest. So I want to make sure that when I'm creating that myself, that's what gets the lightest. So it's highlights right next to each other. It's big, bold painting, making sure that you get it, you know, just through and through to really achieve that fresh off the surfboard look. So just finishing up this last side here. When doing any kind of balayage or ombre, I always make sure that I do the larger side of the part first because there tends to be more of the fully matured hair, whereas the smaller side of the part, you know, is going to have the a lot more of, you know, that more baby hair, the finer hair that's going to lighten quicker anyway, so it pretty much all catches up and lightens at the same point. Um, and I get asked the question a lot, so I'll go ahead and answer it now. One of the things that I do love about the Saran wrap, no, it does not incubate like foil does, but it's there to help. I notice it helps just to keep the moisture in so that the lightener doesn't dry out. And it also is just going to help me work neatly. You know, if I've got that really thin layer of Saran wrap in there, it's going to keep it so that when I lay a section down, it doesn't press against the section below it. Because as you can see, I'm doing her whole head. And if it was all just laying on each other, then the stuff underneath would really get quite a bit of weight and quite a bit of pressure down on it. So this just helps me not have to worry about, you know, anything touching anything that I don't want it to. Again, I'm a total control freak, and this is fantastic because I have absolute control using these tools. That's also the Candy Shaw Sunlights brush and paddle that I'm using. I do love that brush for any of my balayage work because it's got the nice long bristles and they're just the perfect tension for applying that lightener. And I mean, they stay in fantastic condition. I've washed them 1,000 times and the bristles still look great and still do a really great job for me. So again, you can get them on the website. I love it. And as you'll see in a moment, it totally works. So again, I'm just coming through and I made sure that because this is the lighter side of the part, that I kept consistent with the blonde as far as making sure that she doesn't appear darker on the side that has less hair. So there might have been a couple of sections where, you know, I brought the highlights up a little higher than maybe I did on the other side just to make sure that there is a full balance of everything. This is my last section. I personally like to try to somewhat match up my highlights on either side. You see that none of these highlights go all the way down to the scalp, but I was conscious of what was going on the other side of the head so that it was kind of a mirror image, you know, because if she's sitting in the sun, it's going to be a pretty similar, you know, effect of that's going to lighten on both sides of that part. So I try to do something about the same with my lightener itself. So here she is to process with her saran wrap. We processed her about 45 minutes, and here's what she came out to be. All right, so here we are. As you can see, we've got a nice light beachy. There's lots of actual dimension in there where I brought her color into it, so it's gonna be very low maintenance for her. And I wanna give her a little bit of a spin. Because one of my favorite looks when you do balayage is when it's nice and blown out like this. And then as you just start to bring your hands through it, let me just step across. When you come through it and the hair gets to move a little bit, you see how that lightness just frames the layers and really just makes it so much more interesting to look at. And unlike some of the other times that we've done balayage here, you can see where I really went in and tried to leave a lot of her natural to really give that shadowed look, because that natural beach lightened look is not everything. It really is just more that outer layer, the hair around the face. So even as we come around to the back, you can see in here we really left a nice shadow through the center of what really wouldn't see the sun that much if she was on a surfboard all summer, which is what we're trying to create. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to go through and actually give it that typical beach look, and I'm going to use a wand to wrap the hair around so you get to see that probably in super fast forward and just give it more of that beachy look for you guys. So here's your super fast forward. It's kind of funny because the way that I did this, I used the Paul Mitchell Neuro iron, the larger of the two rods, and I used the larger end towards her scalp always and the smaller end towards the ends. And it looks funny and weird and stop animation because what I did is each time I would wrap it around, I would pause because the hair towards the root, I wanted to get more heat because I wanted her ends to not curl as tightly. So she's just got more of a wave that sort of tapers off into just, the hair just being loose, like that beachy kind of look. I didn't want a very structured curl to also make sure that it didn't fall in too overdone. I have my curls constantly alternating. I don't have two curls sitting next to each other going in the same direction so that they'll always bounce off of each other and create a nice beachy tousled texture. For her finishing look, I went in and I used two of my new faves. I used the Lanza Keratin Healing Oil to just get a nice softness through there, and the Label M Texturizing Volume Spray to give a really great, just messy kind of texture without necessarily the wet effect that you can get from a lot of surf sprays. And I was just really, really happy with how this came out. So I hope you guys enjoy it. Be sure to check us out at freesaloneducation.com. Check out my Instagram at hairstyle, but H-A-I-R-E. You'll see it on my arm here in just a second. And check out our videos. Thanks, guys. Hope you enjoyed it.
I have a disconnect for safety, and I'm going to comb this hair up. I want this top part inside my fingers. I want to visualize that swinging down and where it's going to hit. And I'm going to point cut. And now, we might just fan it out a little bit and point cut into it a little bit deeper. Now look at that. So what are we going to do with the disconnects? I'm going to show you guys the coolest scissor trick. Here, take your thumb out, push down with your pointer finger, and then put your thumb in the back side, and now you're cutting upside down, right? Comb this hair forward. I can see my guide of those layers. And now we do our little trick. Scissor like this, and I slide, and this thing, just like butter, moves just like butter. This is our patented razor cutting tool. It's 3 different sides. They cut 3 different amounts of hair. We've got 100% cutting, 25% cutting, and 50% cutting. So that's a great tool to do this little slide if you want to slide through. So that is the front. We're going to work the back of the head here. So what I'll do is I'll just determine what I want this length to be. I'm going to cut a balance line back here. And now what we want to do is we want to go right into these 2 sections right on the top. I'm going to go up just a little bit. I don't need to go that extreme with the over direction. And I'm just going to point cut and feather into it. I want that texture in there, guys. I don't want to not have texture. You can even like slide cut a little bit in there, pop a little extra texture into the hair. All those techniques work really well. And then that blends everything. See how those layers pop? It blends everything into the back of the haircut. And then you've still got this nice full feeling because everything from that occipital bone down is still there. The density's still there. We didn't layer the bottom. Ton of great shape. Love the wave to it. I'm actually going to style this with a little bit of wave to it. Go in here. I'm gonna go low airflow and just let the hair dry the way it wants to, in a way. Let that texture come out. So now we're gonna work on a shorter side bang. And what I'm gonna do is take diagonal forward sections, over direct them, creating a stationary guide. And again, because we wanna go heavy, I'm keeping my elevation low and cutting with my finger angle parallel to my parting. So just making sure I keep that consistent. Now, if you wanted to create a little more of a light feel to this fringe, what I would do is just suggest slight elevation after each section that you take. What I want to do for you guys today is just show you what that stationary guide looks like. It's got a really cool feel to it, and it really pushes that weight down to the cheekbone. Now I'm just connecting the opposite side using my finger angle the same way. You'll notice when I'm cutting hair, I'm using a tighter teeth comb. I'm using a 339 comb from Wise Park when I go through to iron the hair.
All right, guys, so I'm super excited to share with you my brand new tool. This is the Tri-Razor by Free Salon Education, now available on Shop FSE. I'm gonna show you guys how to cut this quick textured haircut using the tool. So we're gonna start off in the fringe area. We're gonna braid the hair down. Now, what braiding does is it over directs the opposite side. So it takes the right side over to the left side over to the right, creating that over direction, and then you go in with the Tri-Razor and you cut it. And what it's gonna give is a jagged edge, but also using that over direction, you can see how it pushes weight off to each side. So it creates almost like a little curtain fringe feel to it, or a side fringe, however you wanna do it. And then I split that in half, and now I'm gonna use use one of my favorite parts of the Tri-Razor, which is the texturizing 25 side. Takes out 25% of the hair, and I just go in and I cut just to soften the density on the ends of that fringe. So I'm gonna do it on both sides, just sliding about halfway down the hair strand, all the way to the ends, removing that weight. You can see what it takes out. Now we're gonna move into the rest of the haircut, which is gonna be cut dry. Now, I know you're thinking, why would you cut hair dry with the razor? When you have a sharp blade like the Tri-Razor has, you can go in and you can carve away at dry hair, just like slide cutting with your scissors, and you can create some really, really cool looks. So let me show you what this fringe looks like first, and then we're gonna go into the rest of the cut. So you can see how soft that lays, that angle that it creates, and now I'm just gonna take some vertical sections, pull the hair in front of me, and use that texture 50 side to just glide through the hair. It exposes the most parts of the blade, gives you a dry cut feel, just like using a scissor. You can see it's like a hot knife through butter, just slides through. These blades are super, super sharp and strong. So we'll just glide through the hair, and you can see all that texture, all that movement, all the layers that we're creating just from pulling the hair to the front of the face. Now we're gonna repeat that process on the left-hand side of the head. So here we go. All right, so now that we finished the front of the head, we're gonna move into the back. We're gonna use the texture 50 side of the Tri-Razor, and we're just gonna let the razor do the work this time. So what I'm doing is I'm holding a section in my hands. I find where I want those layers to hit. In this case, I want it to fall right at the occipital bone area, and I just softly let the razor work over the hair at a 45-degree angle. It glides right over. This is gonna give me more of a shag effect as opposed to a long layered effect. If you want long layers, then just start a little bit lower on that section, and you'll get longer layers in your end result. So totally up to you guys. It's your artistic feel. I can't wait to see what you guys do throughout social media, posting about the Tri-Razor. Now I'm just going to finish it up with a little pinch cutting using my Mizutani scissors. This is the Matt Beck edition, available on our online store. To me, a Mizutani scissor and a Tri-Razor are the perfect match together because you've got the precision of the scissor, you've got the softness of the razor, the texture that you can create. So just go on to our online shop, Shop FSE, and you can pick up both tools to add to your collection. Now I'm just going to go in. I'm using my Paul Mitchell wand iron, and we're just going to softly add a little bit of curl to it. So you guys saw the straight version, which is great, but I want to show you guys a wavy version of this cut, which is one of my favorite things. Just using that wand, leaving out the ends a little bit. I like having that little texture, that kick to the end. We're gonna use Paul Mitchell spray wax to finalize it. Look at the volume that we have, the skinniness on the bottom, the fringe that we created, and it happens so fast. And that's what it's all about, guys, just being able to be...
I want to create just a really nice face frame on her. A few different face shapes that work really well with the face frame, in my opinion, is a round face, because it just allows some pieces to kind of come around and make the face look a little less short. To create a face frame, you obviously got to determine the length that you want these bits to be. Whether they're back or forward, you got to determine the length. I want it to be right around the jawline. So as I lift a section up, I need to figure out how I can match up the jaw. So if I look at a couple different things, you could bring her hair down. And what I like to do is just take a little piece out at first, come in here, and I can literally just start to work right here, just a soft line right around the face. I can just slide the scissors by half closing right around or just a little bit past the jawline. That gives me those little pieces. But now I want to be able to create elevation so that I have layers throughout the side of the head. I don't want just a face frame. Otherwise I would just slide it all in. I want to now use this as a guide, and I want to elevate the hair to lighten it up. When you cut a face frame and you slide in, it makes it the heaviest that it's gonna be because there's no elevation in it. If you elevate the hair, you're gonna get
breakdown for this cut, real simple, parietal ridge back through mid-crown and then wrap it around again. You get that U shape separating top and bottom. And then on the top, I just separate 4 different triangular sections through the top. And now we're gonna start working on the side. My goal here on the side, guys, is to create a balanced line. When we talk about balanced, open, close, that's where do I wanna push the weight horizontally. So when I'm talking about a balanced line, I want that horizontal line to have a balanced feel, to have a straight across feel. So as I bring those sections out, I make sure that I cut my guideline first, and then when I move to section 2, I bring section 1 halfway to section 2 and bring section 2 halfway to section 1, meet in the middle, and I cut that line. Then I drop off section 1, I bring 2 halfway to 3 and 3 back to 2, and then I just continue that pattern all the way through the side of the head, and that will give me a really nice balanced horizontal line. So my scissor choice for this cut is the FSE Precision Pro scissor at 5 inches. I love a 5-inch scissor for precision cutting. Anytime I'm cutting a haircut like this and I want those nice crisp lines, a 5-inch scissor is my go-to because the shorter the blade, the stronger the blade. You also don't need to cut a lot of hair at once when you're cutting a precision cut. That's why they say don't cut past your second knuckle, because basically you want to work little bits at a time and not try to stretch out your tension too much or lose tension in a cut because it'll affect the line. So as I'm going through, I'm using the FSE Precision Pro. We have it in all different lengths. We have 5, 5.5, 6-inch as well if you love scissor over comb barbering work. We just launched this scissor line and I'm super proud about it, psyched about it. Can't wait for all of you guys to try it. We made all of the scissors affordable for every hairdresser out there. So this scissor is only $199 and we have deals going on our website as well. So definitely check that out, freesaloneducation.com or shopfse.com. So as I round the corner in this cut, you'll see that I'm pulling the hair all the way from the one side to the other side to continue that straight balanced horizontal line in the back. Then once I get to the center back, then I switch and start working the other side. Now, when you start the other side of a haircut, sometimes it's hard to figure out the length that you're looking for or to match up both sides. So what I like to do, and what you'll see me do here, is I start my cut and then I check the sides just to make sure that they're matching up well. And then once I know that both sides match up, then I continue on through the rest of the section. And we're gonna mimic everything we did on the right-hand side, on the left side right now. Now you'll notice sometimes when I cut, I do a little reverse grip on the handle of the scissor. We actually designed this handle custom to cater to that type of cutting because that's something that I really like to do. So I want to make sure that I had a handle that didn't just work in the one hand position. It feels really comfortable in every hand position. Notice how I'm scooping the hair and pulling it towards my body. That's just to make sure that I don't lose that corner. Now we're going to go up just to remove that corner that we created. So when you over direct the hair on both sides, to the furthest point, you're going to get the heaviest point in the center back. So I just go in, do a little point cutting just on that edge. I keep the length in the very bottom nape area, but I texturize it and add a little bit of shortness to that crown. Now we're just going to do a pivot section, kind of working pie-shaped sections throughout that first triangle and cutting a rounded line on the head shape. So really following the head shape, cutting it in a layered form so no weight is being built up in this part of the cut. And that's going to create a ton of texture and movement in that crown area. So notice I'm still pushing because our guide is traveling. So we want to travel the guide towards that new section. I will do the same thing on the left-hand side. All right, so now we finished up the crown area. Now we're just going to move into that fringe. I want to keep this pretty basic, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to over direct it over top of what I just cut to really just get a little bit of extra length towards the front. But you're going to notice in the dry cut, I'm going to do a ton of techniques to create a really cool fringe with this cut. Tool 20 Pro. This is my favorite new little gadget tool. It's a dual texture and blending scissor. So if you flip it one way, it's going to texturize. You flip it the other way, it's going to blend. Right now, I'm doing a blending technique. You can see the blade is down, the teeth are up. That gives me that blend effect. And even when I want to work this fringe, you can see I'm going through there and I'm moving that blade really quick. That allows me to actually cut the hair off, but gives me the most soft line ever. So that's the biggest difference between using a scissor like this and using the dual texture. So you're gonna get 20% removal of the hair weight. So if you just keep moving that nice and fast, you will actually get a cut through. But it's a very safe way to go about cutting into a fringe and not cutting too much hair. A little more blending on top, got that blade down. And now I wanna go in and do some point cutting with it. So you can do point cutting, you can see how easy it goes in, cuts the hair and slides out. And now we're gonna do texturizing. So this technique, I like to lift the hair up, go in and just take out little pieces. Again, this is much easier to do with this scissor as opposed to a regular scissor. And now I use my Velcro clip and I go in and soften the nape. This is a great technique for going in if you've got somebody that has a real heavy amount of hair, or you just want a softer look in the back. You cut a precision cut and then you go in and just soften it using the blending technique. Now I go back in with the Precision Pro and just detail the outer perimeter line. and then I let that down, you can see how much softer that looks. More texturizing, just lifting up the hair, slowly letting it drop out, texturizing as I go. That creates that airy feel to the haircut. This works great on curly hair, straight hair, any hair texture as you go through it. More texturizing, more pinching. It's just really fun scissor to work with, guys. All right, so now I'll take the Precision Pro. I wanted to add a little bit more precision lines in it. So one of my favorite things to do is when you have a really textured haircut is to have some of that precise lines in there so you can really see the work that went into it. It's not just a shattered haircut. So now I use the air wrap with no attachment on it to just blow dry it, then the air wrap to really bring out that texture. You can see how it wraps itself around the barrel and gives it that just modern feel. I love the shagginess of this haircut. Hope you guys like it. Let me know in the comments below which scissor is your favorite. Do you love this haircut? Are you subscribed to the channel? Let me know all of these things in the comments below. I appreciate all of you guys. Thank you so much. Make sure you go to shopfsc.com or freesaloneducation.com for these tools and more. We also have an elite series of scissors as well that you'll see on future videos. So thank you guys. I'll see you soon.
Right, so I comb the hair in the direction I want to go, so I really get the hair flowing. That allows me to easily run that kind of front tooth of the comb through it. So now we've separated left and right. Now we're going to separate front and back. And I want to follow from the high point, that apex point of the head, and I want to go straight down the hairline. I'll comb this hair from the front of the head forward. Slide your clip up under and clip it away. And I comb the rest over, nice and tight. That, slide my clip up underneath. So now we're gonna start working in the back. And for this haircut, I'm gonna work from the occipital bone over to behind the ear. So just like that, horizontal parting. So now we've got our back. We're gonna start on the right-hand side. I'm gonna tilt her head just slightly because she's gonna have shoulders in real life, right? So I wanna tilt her head just a little bit. It'll help me with my angle. Does tilting her head actually affect the haircut? In my opinion, if I think about all the education that I've had, I do not think that tilting her head affects the haircut. The only way that it really does do anything is that it helps pull the angle of which I'm holding her hair away from her shoulders. So if she tilts her head, let's say she goes extreme and we tilt her head like this, now my angle that I want to cut is way up here, right? So her shoulders are down here. So it pulls this hair away from the shoulders. If her head is up like this, now I'm combing her hair into her shoulders and trying to cut it into her shoulders. And that's gonna give me a different look. But that's the reason, because the shoulders are in the way, not because a lot of people talk about the skin tightening and all of that when you tilt the head. I do think that gives a slight effect, but I don't think it's anything dramatic or anything too much. Occipital bone down with my sectioning. The reason I do that is because this is all at the same angle on the head. You can see where it starts to peel away. It peels away right at the occipital bone. So I know that this whole entire section in my hand is kind of all at the same angle out of the head. It doesn't change until we get a little bit further up. So I don't have to worry about any of my angles until then. Now I've got her head tilted, so when I pull this hair away from the head just a little bit, it's going to be off of her shoulders, which is very good for us. And then I'm gonna give a slight little over direction back because I want a little bit of a forward push of the weight. The head is round. So if I hold the hair in one place and I cut it, it's gonna wanna follow wherever the head is curving. So it's gonna get longer and heavier away from my fingers when I pull it back. I want to have this have a nice little lightweight feel. So I'm gonna come in here with my razor. I'm gonna softly push on the hair. A lot of people get in a rush to cut the hair off. What are we in a rush for? The faster I cut this, the more blunt this line will be. The more blunt this line is, the more work I have to do in the dry cut. So make sure you have patience when you're cutting and just softly cut your line. So now I get a really nice soft line in the haircut. So here, bring this hair back, and you'll notice, you might not notice, but just in case you didn't notice, I'm working from the inside or from the center of the head out. And I did that on both sides. I don't want to now come in here and cut this and work my way through, because this might be a little bit shorter then. I want to push my line in. So I go here. And again, I'm moving this razor about an inch and not slamming through the hair. I could just go in and slice it off, but it would give me a hard line. You can see a little bit of a forward line on there. That's because of the curve. I over directed it back a little bit, slightly, cut a balanced line in the back, and it pushes a little bit of weight towards the front. Now, where's your next section? So if I hold the comb on the head, I can kind of see where the comb rocks. And this is in razor cutting. This is not necessarily in scissor cutting. Razor cutting, you can take a little bit extra hair and cut through it. So I come across now, and here is my next section. I had her head here like this because I was cutting an angle that was down here more. You can't see that comb. Wow, that comb just disappears in the light. So there you go. So here, that was the angle. So we were pulling everything down. Now we're at this angle. So if I pull it straight down here, it'd be basically at 0 degrees, right? Coming off the head shape. A lot of people mistake no elevation with 0 degrees. 0 degrees on a round surface changes all the time. This is 0 on a curve, right? So if this is 0, this is 90, right? Like that. So this is going to be actually pretty heavy. You're going to see a really strong weight line unless we elevate it just a little bit above 0, or you use a razor, which will soften the shape and not give you a hard line. Still bringing it back, still cutting that balanced line in the haircut. I'll do the same thing on this side. And then I'll take down my last pieces. This is the crown. And in the crown, I don't have to tilt her head at all because the crown angle is here. So I don't really even need any elevation because I'm just getting a nice, just really finalizing that soft line that we created. There's not much to cut. Now, the reason I say this is an easy haircut to switch your clients to, you're not cutting a lot of layers into it. Obviously go shorter with this as well. I'm preserving mannequin length here a little bit. In my 30s, I would have chopped this thing all the way off. Now that I'm 40, I'm conserving a little bit more. Also in my 30s, they used to give them to me and now they don't anymore. I don't know. It must cost more to make them now after COVID or something. So now all you have to do is really connect front and back. And because the front, majority until the parietal ridge, which is right here, sits pretty much all in the same section. And then this parietal ridge area is basically all the same here. So you could break that into 2 sections if they have a lot of hair on the sides. You can see it's already kind of at the angle. So all I want to do is just make sure that we continue that angle. So slide the razor through, just like that. And I'll do the same thing on the opposite side. Comb this hair down. I want to spend most of my time in the dry cut and the detail work because that really brings out the style. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to blow dry this. That was a pretty simple technique there. Again, you could bring this up. It could sit here. If you wanted, like at any level, you would cut it exactly the same. So now we are going to start working through the dry cutting scissor. I think I told you guys this before, but the way a dry cutting scissor works is this part here. So on ours, it's part dry cutting, part wet cutting. But up to this first word that says sliding, This is all dull, this part of the blade. On this side, it's sharp. This side's sharp all the way through. This side is dull all the way to this point, and then sharp from this line up to the tip. And that's so you can do point cutting, perimeter cutting. It's just perfect for all dry cutting, because a lot of times you want to cut a line, you got to switch your scissor. This one you don't have to do that, but you still get the benefits of when you do slide and you go into the guts of the blade, you get a nice kind of buttery feel to it. That dullness on the one blade allows that slide and glide through it as you're working. So no, yeah, you shouldn't use this one unless you want to slide, right? Or if you're point cutting. So like point cutting is great because when it goes in, the tip will fully cut it, but it'll slide through the rest and it won't take out as much bulk. So it's really nice for that. But if you're trying to cut anything, like a line or lines within the haircut at all, you want to switch to, our other scissors cut dry hair, they cut it precise though. These cut dry hair with movement, you know? So I think that's a big misconception with dry cutting scissors, like true dry cutting, is they think that you can do a full dry haircut with it and that other scissors can't. Other scissors are great with dry hair, unless they're not a good quality scissor, but a good quality metal will cut perfectly lines through dry hair. But a dry cutting scissor is dull, so it slides. All right, so we're gonna start off, we are gonna do a little point cutting. I'm not really worried, I want more of a perimeter line, but you can see that softness that the razor created, but I still want it to look like a clean haircut. So we're gonna go through point cut. I wanna do all my interior work, and then the last thing I do is hit that exterior, because if I do the exterior and then cut the interior, it might shatter up my exterior again. So I wanna get that all done, then go in and start doing some more work. And one thing I'm gonna show you guys, actually, this is a really fun technique for creating movement in the crown. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a large circle, point cut everything underneath it, and then I'm going to do a technique on that circle. I'm just going to elevate this hair and point cut. And what that's doing is it's going to remove a ton of, create a lot of movement in the interior part of this haircut, but then this is going to blanket over it, which will give me that movement, but not showcase a ton of layers in the end result. So I'll just work my way around the clock. So I started at 6 o'clock, now we're going to 5 o'clock here. 4. And I'm not taking any length. So now we're at the ear, 3 o'clock. And I'm basically creating a line. A very shattered line, but a line from that guideline. So now we go 7 o'clock here. 8. And 9. Is down. If blade is down, it's blending. So we're here, blending. beach wave, but then a little bit straighter on the ends. All right, so there we go, like a little modern lobby long bob. Very easy to talk a client into getting something like this. It's great for fine hair clients because it leaves that bulk, but it does add some movement, so it's good for that. All right, cool. Well, thank you guys very much. I love hanging out with you guys. Thank you guys.
Real jagged edge, because what I'm trying to do is create a nice softness to the line. So instead of going through cutting a blunt line, I like that choppiness. That creates soft feel in this haircut. I'm following the round of the head, so we're just gonna work our way around, all the way around to the temple, doing the same exact thing on both sides. So we'll continue doing that, and then we'll start on the next section. Okay, so now looking at both sides, you can see those layers like really building up, and you can see the length that's on the opposite side that we haven't cut yet. Just look at the difference in that shape. So now we're gonna go through and we're gonna do the same type of layering, elevating everything up in the air, deep point cut all the way around the head. All right, so now we've completed the layers all the way around the head. You can see all that movement. This haircut's really turning out cool. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go through the top section. Pretty simple. I take the entire crown and I pull it over the fringe area, and I grab a guide from the back. So that's the length that I'm gonna cut it, so it connects in the back. And I go through and I do a deep point cut to cut my line, and I keep working that till I get a full clean line through. And then I go through and I fan it with my fingers. So I put it in my fingers and I bend my finger to fan it out, and then I go through and point cut nice and deep to take away some of that density in this cut, make it nice and light. So you can see that short to long layering that we created by over-directing everything forward. So you can see longer length in the back, connects into the back, and you got the shorter pieces in the front, layers exploding everywhere already. I hope you guys are enjoying this. Now we've got the fringe. Fringe is pretty simple. Break it into two parts. Center parting, bring one piece over to you and twist it in your fingers towards yourself and point cut through it. What the twisting is gonna do is give you a little extra over-direction, a little extra safety net. The point cutting is gonna make it nice and soft, so you get the two things that are gonna help work in your favor. And then we're gonna go through and we're gonna slide cut it to blend it right now. So take a vertical section, pull everything in front of the face, use your guideline from the fringe, and just half close that scissor, slide it down, and work your way through. So it's a half close of the scissor, working my way down the hair shaft. Tons of layers. Hope you guys like it. Let me know if you have any questions in the comments below. Technique, we're going to work around the head shape, creating round layers with the razor. We're going to be working off of a stationary guide, so everything's going to be coming to me right across the face, right across that bridge of the nose. We're going to use the Evo razor to cut our line. The thing I love the most about cutting with a razor is that it gives you a soft line automatically, as opposed to going in and point cutting, which is totally fine as well. I love that technique as well. But sometimes if you just want to have a lot of movement, you got somebody with really thick hair, medium density hair, it's easy to just go in with a razor. It cuts out a lot of time, and you guys know time is money in the salon. So we want to get things done effective and quick. So you can see I just pull everything over to that same area of the head, and this will start to create a layered face frame. So if you think about you want to use this technique on longer hair and you want to cut longer lines, you're still going to get that layered face frame effect and kind of pushing that hair off of the face. So we've completed our right hand side. Now we're going to move on to the left hand side, just pulling the guideline from the opposite side, working vertical sections, bringing it over, and then cutting our line. And now I'm going to kind of work from the bottom up. I don't mind doing that because I'm moving the razor. If I was just going to slide the razor through, I'd want to go top to bottom on both sides. But because I'm moving that razor back and forth, I get a pretty detailed line, a pretty precise line with that cut. So it's more comfortable for me to go bottom to top. You can see, real simple. Evo razor is great. Feels really great in the hand. It's made from the same kind of metal as a scissor, so you feel that quality in it. It uses feather blades. We also have our own Evo razor blades that go in it as well. You can get all of that on our online store. So there's the front. You can see the pop layers everywhere. And now I'm going to go through and just cut my length. I like also doing this with a razor if they want a more shattered line on the bottom. If they wanted a more blunt line, I just go through and do the same exact thing, but do it with a scissor. Then once I get that line created on the bottom, I just go through and use the tip of the Evo Razor Pro, and I just work some invisible layers throughout it that creates a little bit of texture. This is a great technique for somebody with finer hair. If you didn't want to add or take out a ton of weight and add a ton of layering to it, you just wanted to soften it and add a little bit of texture. Now I flip to my scissor because I don't think one tool fits all. This is actually the Blend 40 Elite. It takes out 40% of the hair. So you can see the big teeth on that thing. I like going through, point cutting with it, and just taking off some of that length on the edge. This is actually a new blow dryer, not sponsored in this video, but the Zuvi dryer. It dries the hair using light. So I've just been testing it out. I don't know if you guys have ever tested it. Let me know in the comments. But I use a diffuser on that just to bring out that natural texture. And that's pretty much the end result, guys. Super simple haircut. I know you guys will be able to use it in the salon. Let me know your comments below. Thanks for watching. All right, guys, so that's the technique. Okay, so we start off with a left-hand side parting. We part it exactly where the guest is going to wear it. And then we work diagonal back partings right after that. And then we start cutting it right at the jawline. So this is a chin length, one length bob. So that is what is trending. That's what they're saying is going to be huge in 2024. So if we want to cut it at jaw length, then let's just start in the front and work our way back. That just makes things a lot more simple. So working our way back, and then as I get that section cut, then I bring down another section. I'm taking diagonal back parting, so I'm really just following the head shape and working my way back. It just keeps everything nice and clean. And obviously you're working with different densities in the front and the back. So we start high in the front, and that diagonal back line goes lower in the back because the density is higher. You wouldn't want to just run horizontal all the way across. So, but speaking of horizontal, we're cutting a horizontal blunt line all the way through. And then I just continue working, and I'm working all the way to the half point in the back. So that midpoint right in the center back is where I stopped. That's where I sectioned everything off because I really want to focus on the weak side, and then we'll go in and we're going to focus on our strong side next. So you can see I'm letting down the strong side. Now where things change, we already started in the front. We determined our length. We've got that all going, right? So I don't want to go back to the front and then guess at what side and look back and forth. It just is easier for me to just continue that line through. So I start now taking diagonal forward partings on the right-hand side because that just allows me to continue following that line. Again, we're working with a higher density in the nape area. So just taking small sections, working my way through, keeping my eyes parallel to this section and cutting the line. All right, so again, the most important thing is just taking small sections to work through it. You can see every time I bring hair down, I bring down a new section. You can see right through it. I can see that guideline easily. That is key to making sure that you have success in this haircut. So the struggles I had when I was a younger stylist with this cut, and sometimes still have, would be making sure that my line is flat, parallel with the floor when I'm cutting, and if that's my intention, keeping it that way. And then also, you know, just making sure you keep that guideline as you go through and making sure that both sides set the same length, not having one side longer than the other. So as you look at it here, you know, I'm going through the ways that I keep this consistent is making sure that my guideline is about 75% of the new section. So the new section, just nice and thin and working through. You can see it here. You can see right through it. So it's an easy guideline to follow. Also, if you take down too thick of a section, because maybe you feel like you can see your section through it, some of the mistakes that happen there are that you have too thick of a section, and as you go to cut it, it just pushes it. And anytime you push hair, you're going to get a line that's not quite straight. So, and you might not see it in the wet cut. You might see it once you dry it, and now you've got a lot of work to do to try to recover from this cut. It takes a lot more time in the salon, and then we all know time is money in the salon, so making sure that as we work through this, we're working efficient, getting the result that we're looking for, and not rushing to make sure that we get the cut right. So you can see, nice balanced sides. Now what I do is I elevate everything straight up in the air, and I use my Blend 20 Elite scissor. This is our FSE Elite Series scissors. I use that, takes out 20% of the hair, just softens the edge. So when you think about a blunt bob and how it lays kind of down and heavy, that's okay, and we don't want to layer it or anything, but I do like to add a little softness to the edge. So by lifting that hair up on both sides and cutting it flat with the floor, you're still keeping your horizontal line parallel to the floor, but you're just getting a nice lightweight line. Now I go through, same thing, Blend 20 Elite here, and I just work the edges of that interior part of the bob. So what I'm doing is I'm just softening, just taking out a little bit of extra weight in there. That is a great tip for when you're going in, cutting a bob. You don't want to mess up your line. You don't want to layer it, but it feels a little bit thick and heavy. This is a great way to do it. So I go about 2 inches up, work that blending scissor through, then about 1 inch up, and then about a 1/2 inch, and just softly work through it. You can see when I let everything out, it disappears, but you've got a little less weight, a little less heaviness in the haircut. That caters to this detail work that we do at the very end here with our Precision Elite scissor. You can get all these scissors on freesaloneducation.com. Don't forget that if you want to support the channel. But using the Precision Elite on dry hair, get that detail, that crisp line. And then I go in with my Hybrid Elite, my dry cutting scissor. So I bring that over and I just do a tease cutting technique with the Hybrid Elite dry cutting scissor. When I do that over direction, over top of the parting and the tease cutting, it softens the line, but creates that angle. So you over direct it to one point, you cut everything at one point, it's gonna push everything away from that point, right? So using the Hybrid Elite, nice tease cutting technique, you can see that fringe you get. Also, shout out to Dyson. I use the Dyson Airwrap to get that fringe to kind of flip out a little bit, and then a little extra detail work with my scissor there. And you can see there's our 1 length bob. Let me know in the comments, guys, what you think. Also, make sure you check out our online store, freesaloneducation.com. You can get all the scissors that you saw on here, the Elite Series scissors. We've got Pro Series scissors for students, so check that out. We've also got a new Pixel Elite scissor coming out. It's dropping next week. So if you guys want to check that out, it's a gold, beautiful, precision cutting masterpiece. So go check it out. freesaloneducation.com, guys. Subscribe to the channel. Thank you for the support. I'll see you guys on the next video. Thanks.
Basically, I just look at the 2 points of the triangle here are going to be right along the edge of the eyebrow, and then we come up to about that curve, where that curve happens. So you take your comb and you kind of place it on the head. Right here, it's where that bend happens. Where the hair wants to fall forward, that's where you should put the fringe. Then throughout the technique here, we went center parting and then split the head in half. The goal here is to make sure that you follow the hairline down. So you get the same density here and then the same density up on the front half of the head. So just look for that line and draw it down. I did the same thing on the opposite side, so you can see that there. And then the last section is this cat-eye looking section right here in the top of the head that we took out in the crown. So we are going to start off in our side panels here. We're going to cut rounded shape into the haircut. We're going to start right here on our right-hand side panel. And I'm going to do some condensed cutting because for me, especially if I'm working with a client that has medium to fine texture, then I can just take this in one section, especially when you're working with a stationary guide. So understand that a stationary guide means that you're bringing everything to the same point, cutting it off. Stationary guides can also help the workflow, help you work a little bit faster. But if you condense too much hair together and your scissors aren't sharp enough, or it's just too much for the scissor to get through, you're not going to get a clean line. So you want to make sure, understand the density of your guest. And then once you understand that, then you can kind of dictate whether you want to take it in one section, 2 sections, 3 sections, whatever works best for you. All right, so we got our right-hand side section. What I'm going to do is I'm going to be combing that away from me. And the reason I chose to comb away from my body is because I want to be cutting from short to long, right? So anytime, if I want to be cutting from inside out, then I would comb it from the other side of the head. So just understand where you want that combing to be. The reason why that matters is because no matter what, when you cut hair, you're pushing a little bit of a weight line. So I want to come through here and just go through and cut my interior or my exterior to the interior of the haircut, just like this. Get it nice and clean at the root. I'll go with the tight teeth of the comb for my last couple, comb through, just like that. And I'm basically mimicking the forehead. So we'll come in, I'll start my cut just like that. I'll recomb now because I lose tension past that second knuckle. Recomb and finish off my line. Now that pops a ton of layers into this haircut already. So you can see as I comb it down, we'll get a little bit of layering and then some of the hair going into that face frame. Now I don't want to change my body position when I move to the other side of the head. So I'll take out this section and now I'm just going to bring everything to me. The reason for that is the same reason I want to cut from the exterior in. So now I want to cut exterior in as well. I want to do it the exact same way. You don't want to come over here and now comb everything up like this and then cut interior to exterior because you're just changing up your line. You're not keeping that consistency. So keep your consistency as you go through it. Stay consistent with your body position. The more consistent we are with our body positioning, the more consistent our haircut's going to be. So I'll comb this up and I'll grab a little bit from the opposite side as a guideline, just like that. I'll bring this up to me. So just like this, I can see my guide through. If you can't see your guide, then just take a little bit less hair, comb, and then remember, recomb because you lose tension, come through and cut. So now you can see the layers and how they're popping through the head. So now we're going to connect into the back. The way that I'm going to do that is I want to cut interior to exterior again. So we're continuing that flow backwards. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my first section. I want my elbow to be out. The reason you want your elbow to be out is because it's going to give you more freedom to kind of lift up. So I'm here, a little more freedom to move that elbow up and shift and get a nice little concave feel to the round layers that we're going to put into the haircut. So I'll come over here, grab a little bit from what we just cut, and then I'll grab from the back. So this is what we previously cut. So I'm going to clip that away like that. And then I'm going to grab some new hair and I'm going to slide a clip up underneath. So now I've got this vertical section, right? I'm going to elevate it up in the air. I'm going to give my elbow some freedom to move, just like this. And I'm going to come up And there's my previously cut section right there. So there's not going to be much hair in this new section, but as we move through it, there'll be more and more. And now we're traveling. So I let that section go, grab some new hair. That, and just keep working our way around the head. And just so you guys are staying with me, the cat eye that's sitting on top, this is all getting cut underneath it. We're going to do some texturizing into that at the end. Turn, grab a little bit more new hair. Lifting. Cut. There we go. Up. And notice when I did the condensed cutting at the top, I grabbed a bunch of hair at once. When you're traveling around, you can't grab all that hair at once. You have to grab little by little, because then you see your guide, but also you're not over directing too much, and you're creating a consistent shape throughout. All right, last line should match up with our side. So bring it in here. There we go. So now we haven't touched the baseline of the haircut. So what I like to do, once I get the interior of the layers done, then I'll go in and cut the baseline, and I'll just clean up the base. And you can create whatever kind of line you want. If you want it to be round, you just follow it around the head. You don't want the haircut to not look like a cleaned up haircut at the end and have your client's hair get long and straggly. You want to keep it nice and clean. Come in here. The last bit. And you can take that into multiple sections if you want, depending on the client's density. So now we're going to work this fringe. So what I want to do is I want to really get what I've cut already out of the way, and then I'll drop down this fringe. All right, and this is the Evo Razor Pro. So I'm going to use that to cut this fringe. I like using the razor to cut a fringe because it just creates a little bit more softness to it. I'm going to go right down the center. I'm going to work a diagonal forward line, just like this. Put this here. So now I'm just working with this little bit in the front, and I can decide what length I want on here. And you don't want to have a lot of tension when you're working in the fringe. So I'm going to bring this to me. I kind of know the length that I'm going for, and I'm just going to work a nice soft but quick movement with the razor. I'm not pulling tight. Don't want to pull tight through it. You can see how soft that line is. So I'll take another section of that fringe down. I'm actually going to break it up, even though I don't really need to, but I really want to see and create a soft line in here. So notice I'm using the wide teeth of the comb. That doesn't pull as much tension. I can see that hair pop through. So there's my guide. And I'm still keeping a nice little balanced line through it. The reason I choose the comb up right there is just to give a little elevation to it. Instead of combing everything tightened down, I want it to have a little more of a natural fall to it. There you go. We're going to do the same thing on the opposite side. So I'm coming over top like this. I would probably be a little tighter. This is not my ideal body position, but just to show you guys what I'm doing. You can see already though how soft this fringe is. Keep my fingers square. You cut that with a scissor, it's just blunt right away. And then you got to go in and just do some techniques to soften it, which is fine. Or you have a hard line, which some people like that too. I love the way that that kind of will blend perfectly in through the haircut. So the last bit that we have is that cat eye section in the very back. And I'm going to leave that to the dry cut. So we're going to take this out and let this kind of fall over. We're going to blow dry real quick, and then we'll do some detail work in the haircut. I spend 45 to 60 minutes on a haircut, but I think you have to charge, accordingly to that, or what works in your area, what your shop, kind of the clientele that's at your shop. Some people enjoy a 60-minute haircut, some people hate 60-minute haircuts. So, but I think just being thorough is important, and keeping it saturated and even saturation throughout, then you're going to get a more consistent haircut for sure. The top I'm going to cut, but I want to do it dry because I just want to add a little texture to it, and it's just a little small piece, and you don't have to do everything wet. Dry cutting softens things. All right, let's blow dry. I'm just softly going over the top. I don't want to cut too much length off of them, but if you soften it, it just makes the styling a little easier. So just grazing over the top of it, kind of blending in that fringe. And then the last bit, that cat eye section, this is where you just take some of these pieces out and then just work with the razor just to pop a little bit of texture in the crown area. So I'll just grab those pieces. Now we can open up the face with these pieces that we created. All right, and there we go. All right, so just a quick recap. We basically took the center parting triangle out for the fringe, separated the front and back. We started out condensed cutting, bringing everything up to the center, cutting it. That allows it to kind of open up the face, creates all these little layers around the face. Then we cut round layering all the way through the back, which allowed us to have kind of this texture, a little bit more collapsed feel. We kept that cat eye section until the very end, cut that with the razor just a little bit, detailed with the razor in the front, and then you get this end result. So hope you guys like it. Hope you can use it in the salon. Let me know in the comments if you have questions. Make sure you join me on the lives every Tuesday. Thank you guys so much. I will see you guys on the next class.
These sections across the front, separating each side, and then separating front and back at that division point, and then a nice triangle section in the crown area. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to really set this up to be cut for finer to medium hair density. And the reason I say that is because I'm going to cut everything at a 0 elevation, so holding everything with the comb or just in my fingers, and everything straight down. That'll give me the highest density possible at the bottom. And then we're going to layer through from the occipital bone up. So basically, everything from occipital bone down is going to be cut at no elevation, and then everything from occipital bone up is going to be cut at a high elevation. That'll give me that layering, but we'll keep the density at the bottom. So we'll do the same thing on both sides. So I take a horizontal line and elevate it straight up parallel to the floor, and I cut it. That's going to give me a nice balance line throughout the interior of the haircut, but it's also going to give me a lot of layering, a lot of movement, but again, keeping that bottom strong, and that's what it's all about. Now we're gonna work into that triangle section in the back. This is really the crown area. I wanna cut some round layers throughout. So we're creating a medium length bob or lob, if you wanna call it that, but I wanna bring everything out, cut it 90 degrees straight out from the head shape. So you'll see my finger angle stays pretty much parallel with the head shape as I work through it. It's also a traveling guide in the back because I want to create round layering in the crown area. I don't want to have too much weight getting pushed behind the ears. So if you think about it, you're looking straight down at the head and you think about you want to draw a circle to go around the head. That's basically what I'm doing with my vertical line. So bringing everything basically straight out from the head, cutting it, following that head shape, and creating those layers. So real quick, the scissor that I'm using for this haircut, I just want to let you guys know this is a brand new scissor on our website, freesaloneducation.com. That's FREE, saloneducation.com. If you use the code July24, you can get 30% off your entire order on there. It's a 4.5-inch scissor. We also have a 5-inch. It's the Pixel Elite series scissor. So now we went through, we cut the back. We're going to grab a little bit from that crown area as a guideline, and then we're going to work parallel to the floor. And the reason we're going to work parallel to the floor is you can see how the forehead kind of moves forward and how the hair will get a little bit longer towards the front. So go parallel to the floor. No need to over direct it too much because you'll still get that push of weight towards the front, which will help with our lob shape, pushing a little bit of that length towards the jawline. So bringing everything up, cutting it at that point, and then you can see I'm just pushing everything right to the center. So that center point is going to be the shortest point in the haircut. And then I just work my way across that top section. The reason I'm keeping the sides separated at first is because, again, I want to keep that density. So now I'm going to cut all the sides at a 0 elevation. So just connecting them through. So we layered the top, again, just like the back, added those layers, added that movement, and then kept everything in the sides at a low elevation to keep that nice dense feel to the haircut. Now I'm just going to cut, we'll call it a little curtain fringe. I don't want it to be too short, but I just want to add a little bit of movement and push it off the face. So I bring everything up from that triangle in that fringe area and I pull it away from the face. So I'm actually stretching my hands out, and that will help with kind of a push back of the weight when you release it after you cut it. So right here, you can see the end result, all that movement, all those layers. You can see that density on the...
My favorite haircuts, combining them into one. You're gonna get lots of shape, lots of movement, lots of texture with this haircut. We're gonna be stacking up the back a little bit more and just overall making this a really fun cut. With that being said, let's get started. Okay, we are gonna hop right in. This haircut on this mannequin currently is a bob that I did, I think like 3 or 4 videos ago. I will link it in the description below. And it was just a very classic, soft, more so one length bob. She had very little layers. We did a really soft face frame. So I'm gonna use her to create our bob butterfly, which is going to be so much fun. So you're gonna get lots of texture, lots of movement with this. I would say the cut I'm gonna be doing today is probably better suited for medium hair types, or even like coarser is fine, but fine, you would have to be a little bit careful with it. I'm not saying you can't do it, but it would need to be tweaked. So we are gonna come in first, and I'm gonna be doing some of the cutting very similar to like my old school original butterfly haircut I did. I don't even know how many years ago at this point. But I'm gonna be taking some of the same steps from that and applying it to this. So what I'm gonna do, you can see here she has just this very, very soft face frame, if you want to call this a bang. We're gonna first cut our bang face frame guide that's going to make up a lot of the haircut. So what I like to do to kind of figure out how much bang area I'm gonna take, I'll just comb down and take a look at it. So she's actually kind of a narrow forehead really. And I'm gonna separate it right here, which is sort of just at the arch of the eyebrow. You can go wider, but because this is a bob, I wanna make sure that I'm not jeopardizing anything here yet. I'd rather have more control for that after the fact. So we're basically at the arch of the eyebrow. We're gonna do the same on the other side. And just take that straight down. We're gonna comb the rest of this hair back. So it's like a nice little baby triangle. And so what this is going to do is going to set the guide for when we later go into our face frame and shaping it up. I am going to be removing the length some because I want a little bit more stacking. The other haircut did not have any stacking really at all. So we are going to come down. As you can see, she's got a little bit of a bang, but I'm going to raise it up to just kind of a little bit underneath the nose. So a lot more length will be taken off right here on these pieces, but in that very dead center, not quite as much. So I'm going to come in right at the center of our guide here. And what I'm gonna do is I'm going to use the wide side of my comb. She's shedding hair. And the reason I'm using the wide side is with the bangs, I don't wanna pull like super tight and really going to cut my perimeter. By rushing the haircut. and that helps create pulling that eye up when you're looking at somebody from a side profile. You don't really ever want the back of the head, the back of the hair to be really, at least with a shorter bob cut, longer than the front. It just doesn't look right. Yep, got that little corner there. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna check it. Got some baby hairs hanging out here. This is why I like to sometimes just cut that underneath section shorter, because they always poke out. Okay. So now what we are going to do is we are going to start layering this hair some, and I am actually gonna, I think, make it more stationary with our layers than rounded. So stationary, everything would be coming back to the center point, where if I do a traveling or rounded layer, it's really more so traveling, you're going around the head and everything's coming straight out from that point. And that is a traveling layer, where this, we're gonna kind of basically bring it all to the same point. So I'm gonna come right here in this middle, and I want you to think of this angle. Let me turn her a little bit more. I want you to think, when creating this layer, of a small triangle. So we're coming right in the center. We're pulling the hair straight out from the head, but instead of cutting straight up, I'm gonna angle my fingers here. So we're creating sort of a slight triangle. It's not an exact triangle, but you want to angle up from where it's shorter underneath into your top layer to just create some softness. So we're coming out, I'm angling, and you're just gonna cut up into that top section. I'm gonna grab this next hair, I'm gonna pull it back to the center and just do the same thing. So we're coming out, angling, cutting. And when you are doing a guide like this, you will run out of hair to cut. It's completely normal. We've just got these little top baby hairs, and we might not even have anything right in that top. So with a bob, when you're doing the back layers like this, where you bring it back to the stationary guide, it does still help to create that angled look, because you're cutting a little bit. That is done is create a little bit more shape around the face. And I might, after I get it dry, I might cut these bangs a little bit shorter for a little bit more dramatic effect. But we're able to create a nice face frame, but we still have the basis of that bob look. So really with a butterfly bob, I want you to think of it in terms, the back you would cut and you want it to look like your traditional bob, but in the front, you're gonna...
I don't think so. No, 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 no. I don't think so. No, 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 no. It's never, ever, 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 ever gonna happen. I don't think so. No, 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 no. I don't think so. No, 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 no. It's never, ever, 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 ever gonna happen. I don't think so. No, 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 no. Maybe someday you'll have it your way. Maybe someday it'll all work out. Until then, nope, a nope, a nope, a nope, definitely nope, a nope, nope, a nope. Probably never, ever, 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 ever gonna happen. Oh no.
So I'm gonna position her back looking forward. So at this point, before moving into the top, I like to stand, I stand in front of the client, but for you guys, I always stand here to try to see, and then I can't see and have to just do it anyways, but I will bring the hair forward to connect the points, see if anything is off, and then I will correct that before moving into our top layer. So I'm gonna check that really fast. So I think I have a little bit more length on this side, and I'm just gonna bring that up just a little bit. Okay, so that's looking good. So now what we're going to do is we are gonna start connecting our top layers in. So this mannequin hair dries crazy fast, so I'm gonna re-spritz it down really fast, quickly. So now we have all this length here that we've got to cut into to blend, because if we let it down, it's just gonna be way too long and not look right and ruin our masterpiece. So we're gonna come back to thinking of these front pieces, and all we're gonna be doing is everything's gonna be coming up, and we're gonna be creating that angle. So we're gonna connect it to what this length is, and we're gonna blend that into the back layers. But at first, I'm gonna separate this and create our first guide, and everything is gonna be coming back up to the center of the head. I'm gonna lower her a little bit. So we're at the center of the head here. Last side of our top layer. gonna cut. So same movements as before when we were cutting our guide. I'm gonna bring it down, take a look. And then I'm gonna leave it for now. When it's dry, if I need to blend more, I will. So I'm going to blow her out kind of smooth, but also with some body. All I'm gonna use is Redken's Big Blowout. This is a good heat protectant. I always tell people it doesn't create volume, so don't think that it does. Mannequin hair is so easy to get volume, but it is a good heat protectant, and it's just a nice overall blow dry gel more so for shaping the hair, but it doesn't provide like a ton of volume for the name being Big Blowout. So after I get her dry, I'm probably gonna texturize to create lots of shape and more movement and see how the layers are blending and if we need to tweak or blend anything in. Okay, she's layered. She's layered and I'm liking it. We need to tweak though. Sometimes when you do the over directing in the back with the bob, you can tend to get a little like heavy weight lines in here, which I don't live for, nor do I let any of my clients leave with this. And it's a very easy fix. Part of me wanted to tweak it during her blow dry, but I was like, nope, this is my job to show you guys how you can fix things like this. Because yes, if a client left with that, they're gonna be like, what the heck did my stylist do to me? So let me lower her a little. Yes, I think you guys can see that better now. In here, this just needs some soft blending. So you can either come in, scissor over comb or do it, but first I'm gonna start with my thinning shears and we're just gonna come in because I'm gonna use these to create a little bit more layers and texture through here. So I think it's just easier to come in. So you're just gonna grab where you see the hair and you're literally just going to, almost like you're point cutting, but with your texturizing shears, just to soften that up first, because a lot of times it's just excess weight. That is one thing you wanna keep in mind when you're doing the over directing layers all to one side. You are creating a lot of weight right in here, so even the thinnest hair is gonna look a little bit heavy and maybe bulky that you would have to come in and cut into it a little bit more. If somebody had naturally like really thin hair, I would not use texturizing shears, I would just point cut. But that's something to keep in mind when you're doing it. But I like to remove the weight first to soften it up. And I can still see right in here. So I'm gonna come in back with my regular shears. These are my shark fin shears. And we're just gonna do scissor over comb. And right there, it just wants to hang out. And I'm just gonna cut into this a little bit to soften that up. Sometimes too, depending on how your color is, when you do a bob haircut, if you have like heavy highlights and lowlights and it's not so solid, it can tend to look a little spotty. So usually with clients that maybe are full foil, I opt to, from the occipital bone down, I will just do what their root color is to keep it more blended, because otherwise you get cheetah spots is what they remind me. I'm just gonna finish off putting a little texture paste in her hair to kind of fluff her up some, and we will get you guys out of here. All right, here we have our finished and final look. I love it. You can never go wrong with the butterfly and a bob combined. We have lots of movement right in that front area with those bangs swooping in, creating a little bit of a disconnect, but it flows really nice. And then through the sides, we have all that texture and movement that we created doing our stationary guide by over directing everything to the top of that head and forward. And then through the back, we have that nice classic bob look with a little bit of stacking to create a little bit more angle going into the sides. It just came together really nice. I hope you guys enjoyed today's tutorial, and I will see you on the next one. Bye.
Hi, beautiful. I'm going to show you how to do the butterfly cut today. It's so easy. Let's get into it. All you're going to do first is make a straight line across your head from behind the ear to the other behind the ear. Now put a ponytail in the front of your head and make it look like a unicorn. And now we're just going to do a really high Ariana Grande style pony in the back. Boom. This should be called a unicorn cut. I don't know who messed that up. Now cut off a good amount of hair. You're not going to see the results unless you cut a lot off. I cut like 4 inches off the front and the back. And then once we let it down, you're going to see all of that really, really beautiful face framing. Now just connect the sides. I'm going to style it with some Viper smoothing oil and blow it out. And boom. Look at how much layering she has. Oh my God. This blowout looks iconic with this cut.
Guys, how are you today? And here we go again in a new video. Today we are going to do a twisted fringe. So the first thing we see in here is we are going to use the fine side of the comb. For sure you know how to section your fringe. And let's see. So look the way I'm putting my comb, and I'm trying to show you the way I'm going to twist. It's very important to make sure your section is damp enough, like wet enough. So you put your comb from the ender and look how you're gonna twist it. Yes, slowly, 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 and look how it's gonna be. And then I will do it one more time. So 2 times twist. And after you finish that, you're gonna slide it down to the area where you wanna cut, like how much short you want the fringe to be. You want it on the nose level or lower. This is up to you as a preference. You can do it short, you can do it long. This is up to you guys as you prefer. So here we go again. I'm doing the demonstration again so you understand more. I put my comb from the ender, I do the first twist, and then I'm going to do the second twist. For sure, when you do it very fast, the hair won't slide out of the comb, but I'm doing very slow, so kind of you get the technique. So comb, very good. So first one, second one, that's it. And what I'm gonna do first, I'm gonna lower my elevation and slide down my comb, and I'm going to make it a little bit longer than I want, just to show you the technique and show you the effect. Look, after that I'm going to recut it again to the length I want and show you the final look. Okay, so it's kind of like you're practicing the first time to see how it's gonna lay on the face, so you cut it longer than you want, and then you see the effect, and then you recut it again, redo it again, and cut the length you want. So this is what I really just did right now here, kind of like my first day in cosmetology school, and I'm practicing. So now you can see it's short from the center and lower, longer toward the outside, short to long. So this is the first cut, and this is what's gonna be the effect. So I'm going to dry it and show you how it looks. But this is not the final look, because remember, as I mentioned, I'm going to redo it again and cut the length I want, because this is not the length I want. But just trying to teach you guys, especially for people who's new for this and never cut twisted fringe, or new cosmetology school or new hairstylist, they're trying to elevate their ability in cutting hair. Maybe now my hair, what I'm saying right now is not matching with the picture, because here I was speaking in a different language, so now I'm doing a voice over recording, that's why. So this is the effect, guys, but definitely this is too long. Look, like even her eyes, you cannot even see her eyes, but this is the effect. Believe me, the final result, you will love it, because it's gonna be gorgeous. I really love it. It's very easy, very quick to do, and very easy and simple technique. Just need a little bit practice and you will be there. So for sure I'm going wet again and redo it, but what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna move my hands a little bit above the nose, so make it shorter, because this is, as I said, it's too long. We're gonna do the same things. Make it wet, make sure it's all even, not like one place or one area dry and another area wet. You make sure all even damp, okay? So look how I put my comb from the ender. Then I do the first twist and the second twist, but you have to be a little bit quick, you know what I mean? So the hair doesn't slide out of the comb. And then after I do this, I slide it a little bit. You see my elevation, you see where I want to cut it? Exactly. So this is what you want to do. It's kind of can be a little bit tricky. Look here, I'm adjusting my hand and look, I'm cutting it. I'm cutting like inch and a half more higher, and this is the length I'm looking for in the first place. But as I said, I cut it longer the first time just to show you the technique, and you practice, so then you go back and do it again to the length you like. Because remember, when you cut the hair very short, you cannot make it long, but when it's long, you can make it shorter. So all I'm doing here, I put some Fimolian mousse from Aveda. I love this mousse, and I'm doing flat wrap technique to dry it, and this is the look, guys. I'm going to do some point cut technique, and you will see the final look in few seconds. So keep watching. I love you, and if you like my videos, don't forget to subscribe and put likes on this video. Support me with this like and love, and I see you in a new video, and ciao for now. Enjoy the final look.
This hair is over directed back, which means what we're going to keep is a lot of length around the front, because this is traveling all the way back there and to be cut around about the sort of the bottom of the neck, the shoulders as such. So what that will do is, once that's released, that length which is taken all the way back there is then going to be sort of sitting around about here, but this back piece is going to be sitting there. It's going to look beautiful. What these two do is, this is going to be a layer, so we're going to use this as a guide. This is going to come up and then be a guide, and then this will come up and be a guide. Reason for that is because we're going to be elevating each section, and we're going to be pulling out at 90 degrees. We know we're going to be layering, so there's a line, sorry, between layer and graduation. Anything below 90 degrees is graduation, anything above 90 degrees is a layer. So we're going to be layering today, and what that will do is it will give us a really nice textured bob. Think Alexa Chung, think, who else had that really sexy bob, like Fern Cotton if you're from the States. Who in the States? Lauren Conrad, maybe. Really nice textured bob. There's somebody else that's on the tip of my tongue, but I can't remember who it is. But I'll pop some inspo pictures in here so you can see what I'm talking about, and then we're gonna get on with the haircut. But yeah, thank you so much. Happy New Year as well. Happy New Year to everybody that's joined the channel. I was just going through comments just earlier, and I've seen there's a lot of newbies on the channel, so thank you so much for joining this journey. My main goal for this year is to hit 100,000 subscribers. That is my goal for 2022. I've got some other exciting stuff happening, which was going to be a goal for like later on, but is already in motion. So it's all very exciting. With digital education as well, so you guys can join in. Whatever I hear, I'll put it in my community tab.
but also I'll be doing videos on it and stuff like that to let you know and keep you all up to date with what I'm getting up to. But yeah, we're back in the salon now. I've just finished my shift and now I'm down here in this studio, which is just a nice little room where I do all my haircuts for you. So like, let's get on with the haircut. Right guys, so what we're gonna do is I'm just gonna flip that top ponytail over just to show you the sectioning. So sectioning is a horseshoe section to below the crown. So occipital bone is about there, crown's about there, so it's a point which is bang in the middle of the crown and the occipital bone. And what this is it just follows round into the recession points on the mannequin or on your client. If you do something like this, I wouldn't necessarily do ponytails on clients, but if you were looking at how we were going to do this, you would section off like this, bump it out of the way, and then as we work through our sections, we can then do it. And if you were thinking of doing this on a client, you would section off like this, so a horseshoe section, and this exposes all of that underneath to be pulled back and clipped out the way. And what you could do is when we start, you could be pulling it all back to an in the neck. We just want to be.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
Everything I do so instinctive and so passionate. Every word I move so descriptive like an adjective. I got a vendetta against people who patented being negative when you should be getting after it. I got facts over tracks, this and that. Spitting slow, spitting fast. I could roast, I could gas. Think I'm okay at last, but I don't know if that can erase all the past. And the pettiness, a reflection of the emptiness. Hilarious, you think you're worth my time, you're delirious. Mysterious, because you hide behind a fake exterior. Inferior, you know I'll always be a bit superior. Get off of me, this ain't no humble brag. I want you to hear words, you can say them back. I want you to feel free from the chains at last, and to believe in what you got, it was built to last, yeah.
Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
Gonna learn the consequence of being incompetent. Mental health is confidence, dreams and some modestness. I'm not here to save the day, that's for you to take away. I could play a million mind games, but instead I say something not illogical, something that is topical. Rub it on and watch it go, make yourself unstoppable. Dreams are irresponsible, but they're always possible. If you just believe, you could be so remarkable.
Thoughts in my head, a collage and they spread. I'll be great one day, going off of my meds. No, I'm not giving up, no, I'm not giving in. I will make it to the top, taking off in the wind. I gotta make it, I'm saving every day to taste it. I'm patient, but my mind, it can hardly take it. I'm chasing a dream that I've had for several ages. A vacant, modern kingdom for the taking.
Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up.
Y cosmetólogo profesional. Bueno, el día de hoy voy a hacer un corte mariposa o butterfly haircut. Es un corte bastante fácil de hacer y rápido de hacer, que lo puedes hacer tú misma en casa. Bueno, sin más preámbulo, empecemos el tutorial. Espero les guste. Ok, voy a comenzar a hacer el corte mariposa o butterfly haircut. Como pueden ver, mi modelo tiene el cabello largo. Es una cabellera bastante bonita, como pueden apreciar. Lo primero que debemos hacer es hacer dos divisiones. Una en la parte de enfrente que va desde la coronilla hacia las orejas. Procuren que les quede muy bien la división. De esta manera. Ok, y en el otro lado también. Bueno, lo peinan muy bien y van a hacer una coleta en la parte de enfrente. Yo voy a usar estos elásticos. Bueno. Les recomiendo que lo hagan bastante apretado y que sea aquí en la mitad de la frente. Lo tienen que hacer en la parte de adelante, justo donde comienza la línea del cabello. Bueno, ahora en la parte de atrás también van a hacer una coleta y la vamos a agarrar en la coronilla, justo aquí en la parte de encima, en el centro. Procuren peinarlo muy bien y colocamos la coleta. Bueno, también tienen que hacerla lo más apretada posible. Ok. Bueno, ya tenemos las dos coletas hechas. Ok. Bueno, el siguiente paso, o les voy a mostrar primero cómo las hice. Desde el principio de la oreja, bien derecho, hasta el otro lado. Y la parte de atrás, de esta manera. Bueno, una vez tengamos ya las coletas hechas, para que les quede más fácil a ustedes cortar, es mejor agarrar otra coleta al final, para que les quede mucho más fácil cortarlo. Lo mismo hacemos con la otra coleta, porque de esta manera vamos a hacer la medida donde cortar y que les quede un corte bien hecho. Bueno, entonces ya hicimos la primera. Lo mejor es cortarlo lo más largo que se pueda. En este corte yo diría que por lo menos lo cortemos en la altura de la barbilla o más largo. Okay. En este caso yo lo voy a cortar un poco más abajo de la barbilla, como unos 2 dedos, y en la parte de atrás también voy a cortar un poco, como a la misma altura. Si pueden ver, está un poco más largo. Lo miden, que les quede justo en la misma medida. Ok. Y vamos a cortar la parte después de la coleta. Entonces vamos a cortar. Ok, hemos cortado esta parte. Lo mismo hacemos en la parte de atrás. Ok, ya hemos cortado. Bueno, como pueden ver, ya he cortado el cabello. Ahora os voy a soltar las coletas para que se den cuenta cómo nos saqué. Bueno, antes de soltar las otras coletas, voy a colocar mi maniquí sobre esto. La razón para que se aprecie mejor la caída del corte. Bueno, entonces soltamos el cabello, lo peinamos y aquí podemos ver que el cabello va cayendo en capas. Básicamente es un corte en capas muy largas o capas al final. Lo mismo la parte de atrás, lo vamos a soltar y lo vamos a peinar así. Le voy a dar vuelta hacia mi maniquí para que puedan apreciar muchísimo mejor en la parte de atrás. Bueno, les voy a explicar sobre este corte. Básicamente, el corte mariposa o butterfly haircut viene a ser unas capas bastante largas hacia las puntas. Como pueden ver, las capas comienzan en esta parte y en la parte de enfrente, la parte de enfrente es bastante larga. Este corte es muy bonito para aquellas chicas que tienen una cabellera larga y quieren hacer un poco de capas al final para darle un movimiento hacia las puntas. Ok, como pueden ver, queda largo. Bueno, le voy a dar un estilo, ya lo voy a secar para que ustedes puedan apreciar muchísimo mejor el corte. Ok. Bueno, ahora lo peinamos hacia atrás con los dedos y lo tiramos hacia adelante. Bueno, este es el corte mariposa o butterfly haircut. Como pueden ver, es un corte, como les dije al comienzo, muy fácil y rápido de hacer. Quedó bastante bonito. Como pueden ver, la parte de enfrente es bastante larga, en la cual ustedes pueden apreciar esta parte de enfrente como un flequillo largo, y en la parte de atrás les voy a mostrar qué tan largo queda. Bastante largo, y la primera capa comenzaría aquí, en esta parte de aquí para abajo, y queda en punta o en V. Ok. Bueno, ya hemos terminado el corte. Bueno, como pueden ver, ya he llegado al final del corte mariposa o butterfly haircut. Como se pudieron dar cuenta, es muy fácil y rápido de hacer, que lo puedes hacer tú misma en casa. No olviden darle like a mi video, que de esta manera me apoyas en mi canal. Como tampoco olvides activar la campanita de las notificaciones que está aquí abajo del video, y comparte mi video. Nos vemos a la próxima en un nuevo tutorial. Bye bye, que tengan buen día, chao.
kurang pendek enggak? Di belakang jadi panjang. Kurang pendek enggak? Kurang pendek enggak? Kayaknya di belakang jadi kayak lebih panjang.
Jadi lebih panjang.
Iya lebih kayak
lebih pendek malah.
masih sih.
Kemarin jelas sih lebih panjang.
Iya.
Kemarin jauh lebih panjang.
Bagus sih. Bagus ini. Coba dong, Ki. Pas ya? Pas banget ya? Enggak.
Iya kan udah terlalu.
Iya.
Saya jadi pas.
Pas ya. Sesuai. Tapi kalau ada baik
Iya kalau gitu. Wah bagus sih.
Terus lebih segar kan yang tadi kan udah warnanya bagus.
Jadinya kayak agak highlight gitu. Kemarin jauh lebih panjang.
Bagus sih. Bagus semua. Kita yang oke. Pas ya? Pas banget ya? Enggak.
Iya kan udah terlalu. Iya, saya jadi pas.
Pas ya. Sesuai. Kalau itu ada baik warna
Iya,
apa
kalau
gitu.
wah bagus sih.
Terus lebih segar.
you.